It makes me wonder, why does my live category always reset? There we go. Sorry, it took a while. And then let's put chat here. Put that there. Put the TikTok window here. There we go. Am I actually live? There we go. That's a lot of people right off the bat, huh? Hi, chat. Good evening. Oh, right. It doesn't have the focus, huh? Focus semi-auto. There. Narrow the aperture a bit. Makes things look better. Alright, let's go say hello to everybody. Where is the camera? There it is on the upper left. Is it? Fix that. Right. Anywho, let me increase this. This is good. Hi there, Carl John, Kingslayer, Kitsune, and everybody else. Hi there, welcome to the stream. I'm finally on time, chat. Well, yeah, this is supposedly my proper schedule, but yeah. Hi there, Holy. Your live was just at the right moment, says Carl John. Just at the right moment? What do you mean? Were you perchance anticipating this? Eva loves stars. What a name. I'm doing okay, Kobe. Thanks for asking. Anubis, of course. Nice to see you always. What's the latest on the mission? I'm back in Complex 7. I have to scope around the place. Nothing much. VVC says, "Hey, I'm coming in from your wonderful videos on Insta." You know, all the people in Instagram are saying, "You sound like Puss in Boots," or "You sound like a Kajit," because of the slight raspiness in my voice. But yes, to those who saw me on Instagram, hi, welcome. Um as you can see, my clips are actually all, well, part of stream that I post. I just talk a lot and see what's usable and repost them on social media. And you do coin tricks. Unfortunately, I am not that dexterous. I can toss it in my other hand. I've never heard a resemblance to that, though your voice is very nice. Thanks. I was going through my social media last night. I was like, look at the comments. To my surprise, my video was, well, it was quite famous comparably to my other ones. And it's like, oh, there's like over 100 comments all spread out through Twitter and Instagram. And it's like 80% of the people are saying, ah, you sound like a Kajiti. Ooh, you remind me of Puss in Boots, or you remind me of Death. Like, I need to watch Puss in Boots. I watched Shrek, the movies, but I haven't watched Puss in Boots yet. Do you have Twitter? Yes, I do. Also, chat, I finally updated my Discord link. It should be working compared to before. Highly recommend Puss in Boots 1 and 2. There's two movies now? Huh. Go enjoy your Minecraft, care. Wait. Hold on. Who tossed in a whole ton of coins? I need to see the name, and that would be Anubis, of course. Never fails to support. Good evening to you from Germany. Oh, Anubis sending another one again. Why? Thanks. I guess our stream is off to a great start, isn't it? Hmm. Oh, was somebody asking if this was VR? Oh, yes, very much so. Thank you, stupid Schneider. Bro, your avatar looks so realistic. Me? Realistic? I'm supposed to be like a good mix of cartoony, stylized, and realistic lighting. I try my best to have a artistic distinction while also being able to blend in properly with whatever environment I'm at. I'm not sure I'm doing such a great job tonight, though. Well, given my lack of green lighting, I can only really make it from the spectrum of red or in the cooler blues, the temperature. Goodness me. 3:30 a.m., huh? I'm so proud of myself, Jan. I usually start at 5:30 or, God forbid, 6:30. Let's get my pins up and working. Maybe put my camera out there. Out there. Move this here. Pins and pin three. That's the establishing shot. And this is. Hi there! You may notice I'm sitting a bit awkwardly. Yeah, I know. It's what you call tail support. That is pretty very early. Oh, I know. The first is from 2010. Goodness, it's 16 years old. Hmm. Seems like I've been missing out. This world is pretty cool, Chad. Notice the reflections of the water. Yeah, the streets are pretty damp. What can we do? Happy birthday. Goodness. I didn't know it was my birthday. Could have sworn it was next month. May 20 something to be precise. My birthday is on the third week of May, Chad. Ah, where is my drink? There it is. Another day, another evening. Well, whatever part of the world you're at. Gosh. You know, at this hour, I expected less people from TikTok to be tuning in. Well, to be precise, less people from my area. Like, whenever I stream at 5 or 6:30 my time, it's always just Filipino chatters. Anubis, you have sent me a lot of press. Thanks. Wow. Sometimes Anubis gives very forward opinions when it comes to my statements. And you know what? I appreciate that. When you have friends chat, you get somebody who doesn't always just say yes to whatever you do. You need a friend, a person that you entrust, a person whose opinion you listen to. That doesn't always have to align with whatever you're doing. Why? Because they offer a second opinion. Makes you pause and think. Thanks, Jason. No, I think I need a sip for my tea. Yeah. Oh, upsy daisy. Hmm. Very soldier sending me fingers. I don't know how I'm supposed to receive that. Setting my chat to followers only was probably the best decision I could make. It filters out a whole lot of the clutter. Hi there. Why, if it isn't my darling Vesper. How's class going? I take it you still have around 25 minutes before you have to head home. Unless your twin doesn't have classes. You're more than welcome to join if ever you still catch me on stream once you set foot into your house. Hello, Ivan. Wow, so we're all just followers. Yes, Raindrop. When I set my chat to not followers only, meaning free for all, there would be a lot of little gremlins pinching my brain cells in the wrong way. And that's me putting it lightly. Nope, got out 1:45 my time and just waiting, trying to get a 3. Alright. What happened before? Before? What do you mean? Is it going to? Nah. Goodness me, this definitely is not Chef's Bar. I have yet to ask the stall owner if they are related to Chef. Maybe they know, but I have a feeling all of these units are interlinked somehow, given that they are assigned to the same task. Thanks, David. Hi there, Derek. Olympus. Vesper says I was just out helping Grandpa Vesper pick up sticks and such in his yard. He's 80 and I don't want him hurting his. He's 80. Oh, wow, he's pretty old for a grandpa. What does the GoPro view look like? Strange, it's all legs. And if I zoom in. I think we'll keep the view at this level of zoom. I don't think he can see Mrs. Burning spice cookie. I have yet to try spicy cookies. Vesper says the sheer amount of cigarette butts in his yard, though, was disheartening. He doesn't smoke himself, But certain people seem to have the disrespect of throwing their trash in a kind old man's yard. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Scam, ill mannered, uneducated scam. Why, innocent mistake, skulking around in my TikTok. I see you. What's your nationality? Take a guess. I'm somewhere in Asia. Alright. So it's rather early. Let me double check my Discord if things have been sent. Mhm. Okay. That I give kudos. There are people who immediately joined my Discord. Let's see. I wonder if they're bots. Oh no. Micah seems okay. They are not a big fan of CVTs. Oh dear. I think they're pretty convenient. My scooter is a CVT. Well, my old scooter. Oh, why? We have an otter in chat. I think I've only encountered maybe 3 or 4 otters in my entire streaming career. Streaming career. Like I'm a big time streamer. Hi there. Am I a professional voice actor? Mm-mm, not at all. But I appreciate the flattery. Thanks. Hi there, Golden. Lightweight. Not job. Not job really sounds like you're part of a crew who does small time heists. Yes. Goodness. Vesper says, as Geb says, right veins. Yes, precisely. Chad, I am feeling extraordinarily parched this morning. Let me go. Let me go drink first. Ah, here we go again with Anubis. I gotta ask, where are you from? I'm just curious. But yeah, thanks. My streams are definitely different compared to how it was before. I remember back then during March, my setup was I would simply have a white background. I would be sitting on a stool. No, I would be standing actually. I only had my scarf. I only had my scarf on, yeah. Hmm. Olympus says I would hydrate, but I'm broke on Zenny points. Oh my. It's okay. I drank in your stead, Chan. And I see hand beans. Nothing special about them. I mean, they're pretty standard issue. Vesper says Geb from naked with only a scarf to fully clothed and no scarf. Oh, please don't remind me of the old days. I had no zero to no knowledge when it comes to fitting clothes to avatars back then. I didn't even know about VRC Fury's armature link. The only real thing I managed to make and fit was my scarf. I did make an avatar from scratch before, though, as face tracking, but uh, it wasn't the best. It was a elementary schooler's project at best. But despite that, Vesper says that she appreciates the old look. Look at all the progress. Yes, the modified, which is I, and a lot of people s- think I'm a Nova. I get it. I get it. It's the goggles. It's the fluff, the eyebrows, the eyeliner, the old look. Chat. Now I'm rather quite different, as you can tell. Still nothing wrong with some good eyeliner. Looks good, doesn't it? I tried it without. Trust me. Uh-uh. Here we go again. Is it an edited Nova Beast? No. Why, if it isn't Sparkles the By Scotsman? What's up, you beautiful bastard? How are you doing today? I'm do- I'm doing okay. Thanks. You know, ever since I started streaming over at District Robotos streets, I've been finding it increasingly difficult to go back indoors. Having the company of these lovely bots just sure is a delight. Makes streaming more fun, less of a exercise in tedium. Olympus says I'm a Nova beast, and Vesper reaffirms her species as a Luna beast. Luna beasts are modified Nova beasts, courtesy of Storm Wolves. Excellent editing. I'm something like a Luna beast. I'm Chat, in all honesty, I'm actually a chimera. I'm a mix of two species. I have a similarity to the Nova beast, but biologically, I'm actually part Volper and Hyanid. I know, I'm strange. Hi there, gal. Watch you and play Power Wash Simulator. Go on and go clean those things. Color is surprised how my clip about fumbling in English is actually what has like the most engagement. Hmm. Gal says, fun fact, Geb, my tweet reply to your tweet is the most like reply I've ever gotten. Very happy. I think the tweet I just made was the most tweet I've ever had. it's it's amazing. I have like friends and people I follow sitting at like 50, 60K followers, and the feeling of gaining over 10% of your previous follower count overnight is pretty cool. It means a lot of people like your stuff and they want to see more of it. So I appreciate everybody who retweeted my stuff. I mean, it was nothing special, to be honest. It was just me explaining my accent to chat. Hmm. Strangely enough, a big chunk of my new followers have rather NSFW accounts. Yes, chat, I check each and every single person. Well, the name of the person who follows me. I was like, huh, I wonder which like demographic am I hitting? Okay, okay. 18 plus symbol. Okay. All right. Cool. Vesper's asking, would it be alright if I join? Of course. See you soon. My coin. Where'd my coin go? They're busy. Yeah. Back. It appears you have changed sets. Oh, you mean like the place where I'm at? Yeah, it's just it's still a bar in some part of town. Cool, the lighting, isn't it? It makes it look like I'm part of a diorama. I think Twitch can appreciate the view a bit more. Let's take a photo. Did I take a photo? I guess fine. There we go. It's my birthday as well. Have a headache though. Gal, is it really your birthday? Happy birthday, Gal. I hope you get the best of gifts. They may not be monetary. They may not be like what's a proper term in English? Physical. But getting a greeting, a sincere one from people that actually care about you is what matters. If you have friends who bothered about your birthday, went out of their way, allocated 10 seconds to compose a message to say, hey, happy birthday. And that's something special to hold on to. Sparkles go eat. What are you doing? What VR do you use? I am using a Valve Deckard Prototype Edition. Of course not. I'm just joking. Valve, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm using a Quest Pro from Meta. I was considering the big screen beyond. But the requirement for the base station, it's rather steep in cost. Does your forehead hurt? I bought the globular cluster comfort kit, Bevan. I can wear my headset for 12 hours straight if I want to, and it's no comfort issue. It remedies the ergonomics problem so well that I believe they should have been shipped with the headsets since day one. Gan says I got enough money to pay for 1/9 of my driving exam. Yes. That would be amazing. A haggis, you know what? I would eat it. I would eat it. Sounds interesting. Goodness. Haggis on a pizza. 100% would try. Part 3 of Get Being Thirsty. Okay, I have to get where's my bottle of sustenance? Liquid sustenance. Gal says I'm waiting for Valve or Samsung to release their VR headsets before I buy. I know there's a new generation of headsets incoming. Um, because from what I've heard, Meta has like gone open source with her whatever headset or OS thing in VR, and yeah, they're actually going to diversify their portfolio. From what I've heard, there's going to be like a consumer headset for general stuff, for business, and then there's a gaming branch, which is interesting. Ah, this juice really is good. Oh, my cat was there. Yummy. Why? Regulus. Lexi, I remember you from the comment section. Welcome to the stream. As I've been telling my followers on Twitter, this one does not peddle wares. This one sells conversation instead. Not Jab says, I always marvel at how bloody beautiful those VR environments can be. Never tried VR myself, but still, do you know how the mechanics of all that rubbish works? How can it be so HD? One, it boils down to world selection. Um, Most worlds look great, fantastic, well composed, well laid out, proper lighting, though predominantly baked for performance reasons. Ooh. And then there are the more simple worlds, especially the ones that need to be Quest compatible. Quest compatible worlds can't have as much bells and whistles as the PC only ones. But then again, they are pretty optimized for low end systems and whatnot. Parkel says, I'm being very stereotypical Scotsman, having haggis and iron brew. Yes, iron brew. Are you smoking? Goodness me, no. Why would I wish to scorch my lungs over time? Gal says, I mean, Valve will probably use SteamOS and Samsung will use Google Android, hoping to make my VR headset my main monitor. Ooh, your main monitor. I tried working on Unity for like an hour in my headset. Not recommended. Always use a flat screen for not haptic oriented programs. So, like mouse, keyboard, just use a monitor. But then again, I'm able to keep my friends company. Like Vesper yesterday, we were hanging out in VR chat, and then I was able to just pop my layout, I call it my virtual screen, and then I was able to work in Unity while being in VR chat. Pretty convenient, yes. What's the smoke? It is not smoke, for I am not burning anything. That is called my breath. Mr. Anklin says, despite my weight, I can go all day with barely eating anything. So I assume you have a low store of calories in your body, so you're underweight. Hmm. You're cute, says Alfie. Alfie Chamberlain. Chamberlain. What a prestigious name. Hi there, Spirit. What time is that? 3:57 a.m. Eva says, the stream really feels like standing near a lit fireplace. Just really cozy and warm. Funny, I am actually in a seedy alley where it's quite littered and everything, but I'm glad I can somehow transform this cluttered space into something comfortable. I guess the saying holds true that it's the company that matters, not really the location. I chat, you can actually see my tail. Well, part of it that's rubbing on the wet pavement. I know. Gal says, the new headsets with good resolutions and pass through will probably make my PC blow up. VR does have rather steep requirements, doesn't it? Marco says, I don't recommend smoking. I used to smoke. Wasn't the smart of this. Done. Luckily, I didn't get addicted. Same. I used to smoke. Don't smoke, buddy. Okay? Be good. Hmm. You know, the new Oblivion remaster just came out. I saw news about it. I haven't seen the actual game. Mm. Makes me want to play it though. Very nostalgic. I remember playing it all those years ago when it just came out. My computer could barely run it. I think I played it at 800 by 600 resolution. Yeah, it was that bad. I didn't know it was Sir Patrick Stewart who voiced the Emperor. That's amazing. Raels. Right. How do you pronounce that name? Raeals. Raels. It's like Raels. It's like there's a dip in the road. Hmm. What, what an interesting way to word your name. Rails. Then, do I like Zelda? The games? Yes. My first ever Zelda game was A Link to the Past. It was from my old Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Ran on cartridges. My old TV. Goodness. I considered Zelda like the Diablo of the past. Ah, nostalgia. Strange pronunciation, I know. Real. 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 Makes more sense that way. Arctic. Arctin Wyvern. Hmm. I thought it was Arctic Wyvern. That's cool. I would want one. I'm sorry. I've been playing a whole lot of like Pal World like before. Hello, Tigo. Marco says I mostly smoke because of stress and anxiety, but hey ho, I've not smoked in 9 years. Now my lungs feel better now. Good, good. Yeah, says I'm going to go. Thank you so much for the calming stream. I'm going to try and get some sleep and try to beat the headache. Please stay no longer here as you have been. Go rest, okay? I'll catch you next time. Or just say hello in the Discord if you're there. Yes, chat, the Discord link is working again. My TikTok viewers, if you look over here, you see this blue thing? That is actually my Discord link. Again, it's this blue thing above. Yes, bring your phone closer to your face, zoom in, look at the link, and join if you want to join. That, that's too zoomed in. There. See you around, Eden. Hmm. You know, this place. That's not so bad. You, despite the rather, well, unkempt condition of the streets I'm at, it does give it a very lived-in feeling. Like this city is actually like alive. I guess I got used to it because that's how my hometown. There's litter everywhere, but people are still like doing their best to get by with what they have. Little holes in the walls, stalls, food shacks, and whatnot, where people commune with their meager budgets. Like me, I can't afford going to restaurants every day like most people can, chat. So I find my nutritional solace with these local street food sellers. My poor cellular data is being a friend and an enemy at the same time. The hiccups cause the ads to skip. Well, I'm glad that's the case, Vaz. Are you a fan of Call of Duty? I was, before they turned it into a cheap knockoff of Fortnite. Modern Warfare 1 and 2. A little bit of Black Ops. I never really managed to play the multiplayer of that. But yeah, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, really good. I remember the old Call of Duties where it was like World War II. What's it? World at War. It's the one that kicked off the Black Ops series, where you're playing through the campaign and you had Viktor Reznov. Yes, intriguing. Yeah, Treyarch did it better. I played Black Ops 1. It was the one with Woods and the Vietnam War, was it? Was it the 80s? I don't remember. Hmm. You had to break out Viktor Reznov. You were playing as Mason. He psycho conditioned you in like to such a degree that you thought he was there the entire time. Oh, spoiler, sorry. Hi there, Nepo. Cactus. I grew up only playing Call of Duty Ghosts just to learn it. It's one of my. Wow, hold on. Let me just fix this. Why? Don't tell me I'm like mermaiding again. Yep. Oh, it's pushing down my tracker. I see. Dang. It does. Esper says, I enjoyed watching someone play the story mode of the remake, but I absolutely hate the Fortnite Battle Royale. Look, Vesper, I think they butchered Call of Duty and just sold out so bad that I cannot fathom how they went from making cinematic warfare masterpieces to the garbage that has like Nicki Minaj and all that other crap in their shooters. Like, what happened, man? I guess they're just catering for like to kids nowadays, because they can't get money off the older fans. End of the day, it's all about the money, chat. Game quality has been dropping lately. Yeah, I agree. You get want some snacks, I have popcorn. I'll have to pass. As much as I loved popcorn when I was younger, especially when I was enjoying my time in the cinemas, I would actually become averse to it because one out of two times whenever I eat, I would end up with like one of the shells, the hard, like orangish shells being stuck between my teeth or my gums. And it would be such a pain to remove. So I guess you can eat like the top layer of the popcorn, but the deeper you go in the bucket, it's when you start eating like the smaller pieces, the harder, half cooked ones. Mm-mm. Now that I think about it, it's probably my fault. Howler says, after running out for food, Call of Duty lost any interest to me after Black Ops 2, despite not playing after World at War. Yeah, true. Pretty bad. Really bad. Hmm. But let's move my thigh trackers a teeny tiny bit upwards like this. Oh, it made perfect sense, don't worry. Yeah, can I cross my legs now? Without pressing my thigh down. Not so much. Is it me or did it get hotter? Oh no. I should have like pointed my AC downwards, if only. Oh well, what can I do? Hmm. Right, my reading project. I still need to collect materials. Yeah, quite a bit of materials. Whew, the whole mix of stuff. It's also making me think if I should. Maybe I should ask my Discord. Discord, what is the one thing you'd want me to read if you were given a chance to make me so? Hello, Black Dragon. Nutjob is asking, have you ever considered philosophy? If so, who or what about? I don't know, I just speak common sense in all honesty. Something that is surprisingly lacking nowadays. Man, I'm still thirsty, chat. Hold on, let's go check. Seems like I got a thing on Discord. Alright, from who? Thank you, Crystal. Oh, an update on Astartes. Okay. What's new? Okay. That's it. That's the only update. Hmm. All right. Sorry, where was I? Vesper says, trying to live life is a fumble. Trying to live life philosophically like one of those movie professors would be exhausting. Axiom says, hey Geb, I'm about to sleep, so I'm gonna have you on the TV as I do. Good night and sweet dreams, Axiom. Glad you could come by and say hello. And yeah, whenever you have a regular viewer, if you're a content creator, whenever a regular comes by and says hello, they take time out of their day to do so. Always consider that a privilege. I do. I cherish these. Time to drink again. I hope you'll excuse me. Why if it isn't paper craft? Hi, you've caught me about to hydrate. Ah, wow. Oh, why is my mouth so dry? Hmm, strange. This is Blood Fiend is asking, how long do you tend to stream for? I always peg mine at 2 hours and a half. Sometimes the stream extends whenever, well, for example, I get lucky in the wagers. As a consolation prize to my viewers, I usually extend on 30 minutes, sometimes an hour, sometimes two. But during days in which activity is dry, there's not much chat and whatnot, I do tend to pack up early and move on. Why, hi there, Matthew. It's been a while. I'm good, I'm good. If anything, I'm concerned about you guys. I haven't seen you, Joe, or Wolfie in a while. Was that Discord? Probably yours. Nah, it was mine. I'm just joking. What is that in the background chat? I am in a cafe, as you can see. Hi. Anubis says, we should start thinking how we can fill every vacant spot in your guild. Vacant spot? Oh, did you see my tweet about wanting a Tiger Bee buddy? Applications are still open, by the way. I do want my little Tiger Bee. So much RTX. Yes. You said you would like 100 members. I did? When? I don't recall. There's no dozer. Welcome, traveler. What can I do here for? Don't be like that. Now you're making me miss my games. You need something. What's his name? That blacksmith. That blacksmith in Whiterun. This is actually VR chat. Yes, it actually is. What? I know. Look. It's it's all about finding good worlds. Worlds that are visually appealing. I know many of you are wondering, Gib, why does your VR chat look so good? The lighting, the shadows, the everything. I guess one, it's just pretty basic camera work, right? And then you pick a world which frames you properly, in which you can be part of, and then you understand where the lights are coming from. And yeah, you just pick a place that looks good. That suits the atmosphere that you wish to exude. Like this place, for example. Nice bar. Hi there, Augie. Hi, Gibbs. The Discord link has expired. No, I actually just replaced it. What are you talking about? The invite people, copy the link, right? Papercraft, I'm gonna bonk you if the link that I posted is not expired. Also, you've been such a long member of my stream. You're gonna only. What's this? Tell me now that you're trying to join. The link is not expired, chat. It's the same link that I posted, and it works. It's not more than 6 hours old. I'm gonna head to a chill world. Catch you later. All right, Matthew. Ah, yes. People to chat with, places to be. Yeah. What's your favorite Resident Evil game? Probably Resident Evil 5. The fight with Albert Wesker is still memorable to me. That guy can dodge bullets. Oh, tricks with the paper crane. Hi. Thanks. And they disappeared just like that. 5 is fantastic. You and Shiva, right? Yeah, it's a little strange when you have chatters who keep on asking, "Do you remember me?" Do you think I can remember hundreds and hundreds upon hundreds of names scrolling by? And then you're gonna fault me for not remembering it. I'll remember you if we're like friends in game or IRL, sure. Yeah, don't feel entitled. Okay, best advice. Whenever you go to a streamer, never ever say, "Do you remember me?" No. If you want the streamer to remember you in a positive light, you greet them, you be nice. "Hi, I like what you're doing. Hope you don't mind me staying here." But if you're gonna be an attention seeking little goblin, "You remember me?" No, you're probably just gonna be ignored after that. Don't be gross, chat. It's fair advice to you guys. Some other chatters may not be as lenient as I am. It's been 2 years since I last went to your live, says the guy who says, "Do you remember me?" Fact, I have not been streaming for 2 years. 2 years? I started February of last year. Olympus says, "I'll be completely honest, that used to be me. I'm glad you grew out of it." Please, it's, as they call it, cringe. Yoshi, I'm from the Philippines. And there we go. Somebody asked. What is your opinion on Devil May Cry? Well, my knowledge on it extends only to, was it the PlayStation 1 or 2 games? Like, way, way back then. And then the last game I played was the one where V was there. I think it was DMC 5. I haven't watched the show though. I think Devil May Cry is super cool. It definitely has a signature aesthetic, and yeah, definitely has a signature. Serious question. Do you ever get tired of the same coin flipping sound? Not really. Just like breathing, probably. It acts as a metronome of sorts, you know? If you flip it to a pace that you like, then it doesn't really bother you. But if you flip it too fast, it's out of sync. Well, for me, how I feel it. Oh, yeah. Hello, Thor. Hmm. Vesper says she's gonna be home soon. I wonder where she is. You should watch Devil May Cry. The soundtrack is really good. Oh, I bet. What is your favorite game? Wow, that actually varied. At one point, it was Arma 3. At another point, it was Path of Exile. And then it was League of Legends, Space Engineers 2, Conan Exiles, For Honor. And going back, it was Ragnarok Online. Now I just find comfort playing the Battlefield games. Battlefield 1 in particular always has a special place in my heart. Battlefield 2 is Battlefield 5 is annoying because of those damn airplanes. I've played a whole lot of Delta Force earlier this year. It was actually pretty fun. Give me a guess, Rex. How old do you think I am? That is the age at which I stopped counting any years past that. Skinwalker. Howler says Battlefield 1 is an example of how to make a good shooter. 100% agree. It still holds strong to this day. If you told me the game released like earlier this year, I would have believed you. That's just how good it is. I've played the fair share of 2042. It was really rocky at launch. It's okay now, but it got fixed a little too late. Hi there, Dim. Couldn't accept your request earlier because I was streaming. Hope you understand. Ads. Goodness me. Would have happily hopped on and said hello. Have you played Near? Oh, please. Automata is still probably one of the best linear RPGs ever. Well, for me, the soundtrack, the stories, the multitude of endings, the little intertwined like connections between the characters. I love it. And the combat, please. It's really good. I was actually already sitting here preparing when you sent the request, Dim. I was about to go live. Welcome back from Ads Olympus. Color me curious. I wonder who's skulking around. Ah, I see. Confirmed. Hi there, T. Billy. Glad to see you here. Always happy to see my regulars drop by. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I remember being absolutely mind blown when I realized that Near Automata was actually connected to Drakengard, and well, Near Replicant was in set in the past, thousands of years prior. Incredible. And then I saw Pascal. Pascal was still there. He was, well, a shell of who and what he was. What headset are you using? Quest Pro. A lot of people seem surprised about the tracking fidelity I have. It's nothing fancy, chat. It's just a Quest Pro. Hello, Froggy. Ghost? It does look fancy as Howler. Ah, yes. You know what? For fun next time, I'm going to like make an overlay. There's gonna be like a Fallout style like dialogue box here or like Mass Effect one. I make it look like a visual novel. Sometimes you gotta sit and like just appreciate the scenery around you. I know it ain't much to look at, but this place just has so much detail. It's really nice. Oh, the aperture obviously doesn't show that, but here. Excited, aren't you? I have good news and bad news for my eye tracking. Alright, hit me with it, Dim. What would it be? Ah, yes. Gabos, the detective that slouches. Oh my. Okay, fine. Fix my position. Not in the stool anymore, but okay. Okay. What? Huh. I see. So you have the means to pay for it, Dim. But your payment doesn't go through. I'm okay, Bobby. Bobby. I need to remember what the name of that interview series is. The one with Bobby Lee, and he has a bunch of friends. It's really funny. Um, he was there was this one clip about him. What was the story about? It was his experience during his childhood. I can't. Now that I think about it, it's not something I can discuss here in stream. The Bad Friends podcast, yeah. Every day for a summer, and then his friends would to hold it in. Bobby was like, if you laugh, I'm gonna leave. And then, of course, that makes things more difficult because whenever somebody tells you not to laugh, it just amplifies the sensation to laugh, the urge tenfold. Phantom says I came for the avatar. I stay for the soothing voice. Hi, welcome to the stream, Phantom. I hope you enjoy your stay. We have Phantom and a ghost. Are you two related, perchance? Hello. This is called Complex 7. Is it Complex 7 or this? Yeah, Complex 7. The coin toss really makes me wonder why you have that feature. Because I like playing games of chance. And what simpler method than a coin with two sides? In my case, it's either love or death. For you, it landed on death. Well, that- wow. I tried to be cool, but the lighting did not show the side of the coin. Thanks, Light. I'll see you around, Nut. You have a good one too, and I hope to see you next time. No, we're not. I would put him on the floor. I see. Ludi is amused by the circular metallic thing I'm flipping with my hand. Hello, Midnight. Oh, thank you, Carl. I saw that. Ah, I saw the 50 coins. You're getting thanked. Geb, I gotta know. Know what, Ghost? Sorry if you ask a question. I probably have missed it. TikToks, filtering and all. Phantom says I would love to hang with you in VR chat sometime, but I imagine you wouldn't really want to. It's not that I don't like hanging out with people. It's more of like I gotta get to know you first, right? Stranger danger and all that. I used to host community events before, meetups. After stream, I would like, hey, how about you join me in this instance? Let's all hang out. Thank you for showing up, and let me thank you personally. But that experience left a bad taste in my mouth because that attracted a bunch of good people, but there would always be bad eggs mixed in. Ugh. These people who are just polite to you up front, but once you get to know them a little bit more, they're either drama queens or snowflakes, and I don't want to hang around these sort of people. I grew up in an era where people actually had the backbone and wouldn't be offended by every little thing that one would say. I grew up around people who actually could roll with the punches whenever I throw truths at them, and vice versa. Nowadays, everybody's just so damn insecure. Everything's just a threat to them if they don't have power over it. If you try and give a contradicting opinion, they would call you arrogant. Yeah. So I have a few simple set of standards I follow when it comes to befriending people in VR chat. Well, in general. One, don't be a snowflake. Two, Don't shove your opinions down my throat, and I won't on mine. But I am always welcome to an open debate. 3. Present yourself to me the way who you really are. There's no need for like customer care smiles. Just just be you. When I'm around people, I'm just myself either. Oh wow. But yeah, here's the thing. I used to befriend somebody. Strangely, they're still in my friends list. When I gave an opinion that was different from what they believed in, every little bit of friendship that we had, they tossed into the garbage can. And I'm like, you do know that friends can still be friends even though they like different things, right? And I'm like, wow. So yeah, don't stick around with people like that, chat. Ghost says, is there a way you could have a moderator that kicks the bad people to do community events? You know what? Here's the thing. Whenever in community meetups, normally these people that are quote unquote bad eggs uh, don't immediately show these signs. They're polite, they're nice highs and hellos. But the next time I open like such events, I will probably be well, very black and white about things. Ain't nobody got time for that. Drama is the worst thing. Ugh, the worst time waster one could ever get involved in. Gebos in the Discord server, how to verify. You need to discover what the password is. Read the handbook, it's there. Also, hard requirement. You gotta be 18 or above. I'm sorry. I just don't wanna deal with minors. For a whole lot of reasons. Predominantly because I don't want to deal with kids. I know most of you are good. Heads or tails? What, do you have a wager, Torin? Or you can invite only people you get to know during your streams. Yeah, sure, that works too. Vesper says, hiccup in plans. Had to host down a dog bed. Okay. Olympus agrees with me. Good. Howler says nowadays people need to learn how to have a conversation again. That's true. Figured it out the hard way, says Dim. The hard way? What do you mean? Dim, you've been one of my first friends. Vesper says, yes, in my experience, drama is just unnecessary stress. Drama stems from people being petty and also from false expectations. I've fallen victim, well, prey to that too. Mm. I always have high hopes when it comes to befriending people, that they would stick by, have the same standards of friendship that I would. But alas, it's always something bitter to discover, to realize when they aren't. You gotta go out of your way. You go say hello. Hey, hope you're having a great day. I know this is a random message, but I'm just checking up on you. Nick, you do that, but they never do the same for you. Can you really call them your friend? Or are they just an acquaintance who shows you courtesy whenever you're face to face with them? Some people will outgrow you. That's true. That's part of life. We move on. Flip the coin and tell me what fate has decided for you. Flip. Love or death? It has landed on love. Let's see if I can get a camera panel. Zoom in. You see it, chat? No, no, you can't. Stupid camera, never mind. It landed on heads, in case you're curious. Gosh, Thorin, you didn't have to, but thanks. I appreciate it. That's a huge help, really. I'm not one to nag, but let's just say, numbers wise, things aren't as prosperous compared to last year. And normally one would say, I don't care, but I do. I do because I want to know how to improve things to get back on that standard of how it was before. If you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, thanks, Thorin. Really appreciate it. Both parties, they don't want to be intermingled. You know what, Phantom here? I'm fair. To everybody that wants to befriend me, shoot me a friend request on VR chat. But, big but, don't be disheartened if I don't accept it. Okay? I check people's profiles, alright? And if I see some red flags, I immediately just, don't waste time. So, yeah. Everybody's free to try. There's no real loss. In fact, I applaud that you have the bravery. So, you had the initiative to do so. So, yeah. Go. Shoot that request. My my Discord, my Twitter, my VR chat handle is the same as my handle here on TikTok. Yeah, boss, can we be friends on Discord? Why, Carl? Milan is asking, do you ever deal with jealousy? Jealousy? Jealousy, not really. Envy a little bit. Whenever I see guys riding around in the motorcycle I really want, the one I'm saving up for that I know I won't get in like 2 years, of course I feel envious. Like, damn, what a sweet ride. Ah, so close. But also envy can be transformed into something positive, a motivator to do better, to work harder, to keep driving a straight direction towards your goals. What are the red flags, if you don't mind me saying? I just mentioned them earlier, right? Being a snowflake, being a whatever activist, and yeah, just typical people who who you know I won't get along with. I'm very laid back. I'm very chill. I'm very neutral and grounded about things. I don't like to dabble into politics or any other geopolitical issues. I'm a guy who's like, if it doesn't involve me, it's not really my problem. Why? Because I see far too many people making other people's problems their problems. And no wonder they're so stressed. Lauren, yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. Also, I can see from your thumbnail, you have an excellent taste for colors. I hope you have a great day. Another surprise. Thanks. Goodness me. What am I gonna do with you? I'll see you around, Thorin. Bye. Hope to catch you in the next stream. Wow, Skyline is dropping by in a solo raid. Hi there. Thank you. Hold on, hold on. I am scrolling back up. Yeah, this community can be full of red flags. That's true. What motorcycle? Oh, I was talking about the Honda Africa Twin. That's the motorcycle I'm saving up for. Hopefully, I get it by next year. I really do. Nexus says envy isn't all bad. It's the part of you that wants drives your goals and dreams. I would know. Some call me Leviathan. How does being called a Leviathan have to do anything with it? Unless I'm missing some context. Let's see. Vesper says. Just know that he checks your groups. I do. I really do. I want some fried rice too, yes. Vesper says he dealt with a jealous friend before, though. Let's say that's a closed book. Yep. Because of you, I also want the Africa Twin. Gonna be my end game bike. Oh man. Oh, I can't wait to get it. It's just so expensive though, damn. It's like $20,000. Oh, I'm not even halfway there, chat. Not even halfway there. Nexus says Leviathan is the biblical sin of envy and one of the most dangerous demons. Almost as Lucy. I see. Maybe he's envious of Lucy. Div is trying a pickup line on me. Are you magical because what I see so beautiful it's not natural? How was that more difficult to digest than I thought? Ghost is asking, do you have a fursuit? I don't. Phantom says, my day has been like a bit stressful. I'm more calm now. Oh no, you're using the term like. Are you a valley girl? $24K with the saddlebags. Yeah, dim. A fully kitted out Africa Twin is really expensive. But look, the moment I get it, I will consider my stream successful because I was able, through my own effort, get the dream machine I've always wanted. Like I'm tunnel visioning myself to the bike. I'm not buying anything else. I'm not spending on any expensive stuff aside from food. I'm not, yeah. Where do you get girl from? Oh, I was talking about the valley girl part. I have never heard of the term valley guy. You know what I mean? I'm gonna reread your sentence in my terrible impression. My day has been like a bit stressful. I'm like, now calm down. Or calm down now. That's what I mean. bike. Homework is so tiring. I'm glad I graduated school many, many years ago. You can get the G, but you know, end of the day, I need a bike that isn't as bulky as the GS. The GS looks fantastic. It's so futuristic and looks. But I am actually curious as to what Honda has in store for next year. Next year marks a 10-year anniversary since the Honda Africa Twin has been launched. 2016, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So, 10-year anniversary, I wonder what new bells and whistles they would have. My Gab, I gotta eat breakfast. I hope your breakfast is nice, Papercraft. See you around. For your breakfast, I'm gonna go drink. Still thirsty again. Again. Chat, hydrate. Despite the lack of bidets, the roads are beautiful, says Vesper. Ah, yes. All right, I'm seeing a bunch of new members say hello on my Discord. Good. Make sure to fill in your introductions. Oh no. Vega, please follow the format. You're a theoretical physicist. Come on, you have a PhD. I'm pretty sure you can follow the format, but oh well, something you can fix later. Anyway, that's something Vesper will have to deal with later. You're an engineer. You seem like an engineer. Oh, is it the goggles? Should I like have a wrench? Like partially done on overalls. I know, Carl. Carl, tell me, why should I accept? Not to sound conceited or anything, but like any application, I need to have a reason. Oh, interesting fan fiction there, Nexus. I don't know, Carl. That's a very weak argument. Mm-mm. Have you ever played Audience Anarchy? Not really. Yeah, the Catholic Bible is fan fiction, isn't it? Probably the most popular one. Oh no, Geb gave a unpopular opinion. Cancel him on Twitter. I don't care. Religion isn't one of the things I am really inclined to like, chat. Ah, the Under the Wolf. Came here from your ex account. Also, wow, your voice is soothing, if anything. True to the source. Thanks. Twitter is scary, says Nexus. That is a do not enter zone for me. Well, the only real thing I post on Twitter is little snippets of my life. Like, I bought some sashimi for my cat, or I solved a problem in Blender, or I post my little clips there. That's it, really. I don't want to like tread with the muck of drama and ooh, loud people. It's just a little repository of stuff that people may want to see whenever I'm not live. Much like my Instagram, really. Sashimi, yes. My cat is a big fan of was it tuna or salmon? Tuna. Well, Phantom, where is said friend request in VR chat? Come on. You did want one, right? Or was it Ghost? I can't remember. Just remember what I said earlier, though. And we'll have no problems. I'll herd tuna, and I love tuna salad, says Dim. Tuna salad, like the sashimi that's been diced, and then what did they used to put? Was it crab sticks and some lettuce and then QP? I don't know who it was, Phantom, but I remember somebody saying in chat they want to add me as friends, and I mentioned that there are a few things that I check, so then don't be disappointed if I don't accept it, okay? Fun fact, chat. The number of people I hang around with in VR chat, not because I'm like have an exclusive high profile club or anything, but just because these are the people I trust and I'm comfortable with, can be counted in one hand. Right now, my roster is one, two, three, four. Only four people that I consider real friends. The rest have proven not to be. I used to have a lot of friends until I realized they're not. Right? How could somebody with this amount of followers only have so little people that they hang out with? Anubis's words actually hold some truth. I am very picky with company. I mean, don't get me wrong. I make acquaintances, a whole lot of them. I have a lot of acquaintances. But like actual friends that I can open up to, yep, just four people. Howler says I've gotten back into VR chat just over a month or so ago, and I don't know why I stopped before. Prior to that was a good chunk over 2 years. Maybe you just needed a break. Yep, dice him up, serve them with crab stings. Lettuce, Kewpie. Personally, I love it when there's some sweet yellow mango on it, like the California rolls. Why can I not like that? Next. I just sort of let friendships happen naturally. Back then, when I was just starting as a streamer, also had the mindset of, hey, you need to network, you need to intermingle if you want to grow. Sure, I could have achieved much higher numbers if I did that, but I don't like just being friends with somebody so I can use them. You know what I mean? Because that's what I guess 90% of the time when other streamers befriend other streamers, it's just under the pretense of like, oh hell, let's help boost each other's numbers. But the genuine friendship, that's rare to occur. So I don't really mingle with any of the popular groups that are out there for content creators, exclusive clubs, cliques, and whatnot. No, I'm just, I'm just here. I am, just me, chat. Worst of all, I don't want to sell myself out to anybody or anything. I have my principles. I have my dignity. I'm not gonna become a circus animal or a clown, chat. That's not me. You do you, but that's not me. Enigma says levels of friendship is pretty normal. That's true. Vesper says funny. Our California rolls in the US mostly just have crab stick meat, cucumber, and avocado. A piece in my town. Here it's a salmon or tuna, I think, and then some mango, some crab stick, and then a sheet of like nori, seaweed, and then rolled rice. Bandit is asking, who was the gal you were with the other day? Oh, you mean Vesper? She should be here soon ish. But going back to the topic of friendship, chat, I'm actually looking for new friends. There's no real way I can reward it. Yeah, I hope to expand my roster. That much is true. It'd be nice. Really nice. Hi, Kathy. Yeah. Genuine friends you can just sit around and have a conversation with, you know. Ah, I don't have a high capacity for chaotic gremlins, though, or drama queens, or disillusioned people who think they are this and that, like these power hungry mods. Yeah. And most of all, I don't like being around people who I have to tiptoe, walk around eggshells with. So, if you send me a friend request and I don't accept, please don't take it to heart. It's just me being worried that we may be incompatible and I'll spare ourselves the trouble. There's so many other people there that you can befriend, not just me. So don't don't feel bad about it. Yeah, this is why do you sound like the orange cat that has the hook on his hand and the pirate hook? Does Post have a hooked hand? I've been getting that a lot. Ooh, you sound like Puss in Boots. Mm, yeah, you know honestly, in VR chat context though, my number one deciding factor is really the way you present yourself in your bio. If what I'm reading is a LinkedIn account just emulated in VR chat, a hard pass. If you have to dictate so much about yourself in your bio, your age, what you are, what you like, and like it means you're pushing hard for wow, what was that? Okay. You're pushing hard for like you're immediately like cementing how somebody should view you and whatnot. There's no real room to know you. Well, at least that's my opinion on it. I mean, you do you. You like lengthy bios, go ahead. My bio is very basic. Thank you, Kai. Have fun in BMNG, then. Vesper says, we need is Mystic and Mecha. They're the fun kind of kids. That's true. Mystic and Mecha are two of the people I consider close. That's why you see me on stream. Valor says, well, Gib, we got that much in common at least. You know what's funny? When you actually hang out with me, in VR chat, I am more unhinged. That's probably the proper term. I my sense of humor tends to eke out much more. Miko says my last station before EB's Geb stream. Oh, Miko, go to bed. Don't force yourself to be here. It's okay. Or just have the stream open if it helps. Hope you rest well. Good morning, Shopao. Lakata. This is a different restaurant. You have sharp eyes. Yeah, it kind of is. It's 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 by an alley. That's for sure. All right. Let's put that here. There we go. Let's see that. Either lucky dog. What is that thing you have behind? Chef? Number two? we haven't been we haven't been properly acquainted yet, so yeah. I've been passing around the street a whole lot since before, but I've never really hanged around here. This is the first time. Oh yeah. I wonder where I'll sit. Are you here? Come on. Bye, Kata. Where's the red and blue room? I don't know, Ivan. Completely different place. Man, it's already been 2 hours. Huh. That was quick. Oh, wow, my sorry, my Vice seems was enabled. Thanks. Appreciate it. Oh my, Vesper has left the instance. I think you crashed midway, love. Yeah, it's been 1 hour and 57 minutes. Goodness. Either Cathy. A Lakata has just left and a Cathy has taken its place. Is that hunger I'm feeling? Ah. Oh yeah, speaking of hunger, Chad, did you know that my microwave blew up today? Not in any spectacular fashion, but uh, let's just say it's not usable anymore. I've placed an order for a replacement, but that's gonna take another day or so before it arrives, and my stockpile of pre-packaged frozen food is inaccessible until then. Inconvenient. Did you put the fork in it? No, no. It just fit. It was a very cheap brand. I think it was like a $40 microwave. I'm surprised it lasted as long as it has. 2 years. Gracias, I'm about to clock in at work, but I'd love the opportunity to try and hang out sometime. I hope good you have a good day too. I don't want to call you trash. I'll call you Hap. Or Hazard. Yeah, I hope you have a good day, Hazard. Maybe sometime, yeah, why not? See you in the next stream, yeah? Get a protogen meanwhile. Funny, you know what? The applications for a proper protogen friend is open. A Tiger Bee friend is highly sought after. I have a whole lot of Nova Beast friends. They're but they're not closed. Hello, RGB. What did you mean by your comment on my Instagram post? Or was it my Twitter? I didn't quite understand the context of it. Ophelia, hi. That's per second attempt to join, sure. Hap honestly feels like a very nice nickname. All right, Hap. See you around. Man, work. Good luck at your shift. No, really, I mean it. Why isn't Vincent Hayes? Welcome back. Sweet lion person. Mhm. Ivan's asking, did you play any of the FIFA games? Oh man. I played a little bit of it in the PlayStation 2. I played this soccer game called Red Card. I remember enjoying the part where you do sliding tackles at other players the most. Hayes says, I'm about to leave Las Vegas soon after the furry con here. How did your con go? I hope it was nice. I've never been to a fur con. I've only heard reports of one, locally at least. Wasn't the best or most positive report. I got some good pictures in and got into a lot of what sort of trouble, Hayes? Oh, Howler is asking, oh, have you not? Are you not interested to go to any overall? There's very little motivation for me to go, in all honesty. It's hot. It's. I don't know anybody there. I remember last year somebody was, um, let's just say, is financially capable. A financially capable follower was persuading me to attend the local FurCon here. So much so that they said they were willing to pay for my time and my booking just for me to go. That just made me not want to go even more. I go if I want to go, chat. Gotta go make new friends. Go to the con and huggle. I bet there are a lot of kind, fantastic people at cons. And I'm pretty sure I'm missing out. Friends in every corner of the world. That's true. But I did, well, as Vesper says, there are reports of alarming interactions. And, ugh, do I really want to getting any of that? It was 420, says Hey. So a lot of us were having fun. Lots of parties with food servings and stuff. It was super. Sounded like I had a grand old time. There are plenty of conventions. You'll always be able to find another one. Maybe I have a pessimistic view about these conventions. Words like lucky dogs is encouraging. Also, it's expensive, chat. I know how much you guys spend just to fly yourself there and pay for your stay and much more. I don't have that financial capacity, chat. Chat, it may not seem like it, but I actually have very, very little spare cash. Like I mean it, very little. I've innocent Vesper. Hi there, La.
Okay. There's a bench over here.
That's true.
Right. I know that there isn't that there's still a seat left.
Who was that? That's Vesper. You wanna see Vesper, champ? Let's make the camera fly around. Hi. Cat, this is a cat. Vesper's over there. Hello.
Hi.
There. This seems like a good angle. You can see me, you can see. See if zoom in on do Vesper any good. There you go. So yeah. Chat, this is Vesper. Number one moderator, darling of mine, companion, and everything in between. Oh yeah. Keep it there so you can see. So where were we? I love your OCY. Thank you, Iralee. Yeah, let's keep the fly cam off. Is that the cat from the game Stray? Last I checked, that cat was
Me?
orange. No, not that.
No.
Oh, barely hanging on. Wow. Greetings, Vesper. Spare change. I know, Demo. We're both on the same boat when it comes to money. I'm poor, chat. Yes, I'm curious. Can you try hopping into your medium Avi real quick? See how that works.
Now?
Yeah. Do some live benchmarking. From 38 FPS to. Wow, that's a big. No, not really. It's the same. I think.
Not helpful?
The computational load. It's okay. Wow, I can barely tell the difference in all honesty. It's the same for me. You're lucky. Ugh, if only my medium avatar isn't quite the same. Good night, Dim. We can catch up next time, alright? Maybe when I'm online earlier in VR chat. Do you have face tracking? Yes. Does it look like I don't? The Esper has face tracking too. Look, see?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Turn speed. There we go. See? Cool marvel of technology, isn't it? I'm almost thinking face tracking over full body. 100% face tracking over full body. Trust me. It just brings characters to life so much more. It's the difference between appearing inorganic to organic. Katie Moore says, I absolutely love the character designs of you two. Why, thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. See? Somebody thinks
Thank
you're
you.
cool, Vasp.
I'm not cool. I'm just a huge dork.
Oh, she says. Hi, Twitch. I bet a bunch of you are shy to say hello. Don't be. Come on. This is the first time I've seen where I have as much Twitch viewers as my TikTok ones. Yes. As nice as this place is, as nice as the reflections on the ground are, like look at that. That's amazing in all honesty. I still find like the district Roboto more comfortable. It feels like home to me. Here I'm just I don't mean anything bad, guys. Here it's just yeah, this isn't my turf. Five 6 a.m., huh? The environment you're using reminds me of the city in the game called Stray. I I do believe this is heavily inspired from it. The robots, the like like Japanese themed, and yeah, it's okay. Do you have a favorite drink? Crisp, cold, full cream, chocolate milk. I'm not much of an alcohol guy. The only real alcohol I consume are like sake or like what's the term again? The Korean rice wine. And I only ever have these when I'm like eating a meal over at the Japanese restaurants once in a blue moon. Hmm. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not really like much of a drinker, chat. I am absolutely not a fan of beer though. I guess I never really acquired a taste for it. Memo says, "Hey, you didn't like the new clothing. Oh, did you want to see me with the new clothes? Sure. Jacket?
He does like
There.
the new clothes, from what I know.
There
So
you
it's
go,
pretty good in
Memo.
them too.
How does it look from afar? There you go. New clothes, chat. But I think for this scenario, my other one suits me better. This definitely has a more casual feel to it. I wonder what my slimes like make me float. You said that I got winter flashbacks from a hot chocolate in a cabin in the woods years ago. Right. When you look at that Gibson casual like outfit, sleeves could be a bit shorter though. No, just don't like how it hides my thigh though. Let's go back to the zoom in Vesper real quick. Observe her little thingies. Put that, put that.
Just fixing a little hiccup. No worries. I'm good.
She says she's good, so. I almost took off my tailcoat, chat. Ooh, one wrong press. Oh, I have a message request. What a sweet. That's hard to turn down. Oh wow, Vega actually. Thank you. Yeah, Vega, amazing. A PhD, huh? Wow, new fit. That's yeah. It depends on the situation where if it looks nice or not. I think in this particular case, the good old tailcoat works just fine. Hmm. The Fire Husky. Fire Husky. Doesn't that make you
Fire
like
Husky,
Arcanine?
huh?
Yeah, Arcanine or something.
Yeah, Arcanine.
Yeah, Arcanine.
Arcane. I don't know. But that is a bit of a contradictory thing, don't you think? As huskies
Like
originate from
cold.
a more icy environment, but then you're bringing in fire as well.
That's true. Arcanine. Yeah. Matthew says, "All right, boss, I'm back. What did I miss? Nothing much, Matthew. The only real regular that showed up today was, well, there's T Billy, there's Memo, there's Nexus of Stories, and a whole bunch
Axiom
of
popped
other
by to say hello.
Action Bye to say hello. And then there's you and Vesper. Hi there, Kevin. I might know a few of those. A few Arcanines, Lucky Dog. Strawberry milk, delicious. The only dog in our group, technically. do we do we have a dog, Vance? I don't think we do, don't we?
No.
Yeah, it's just us. I mean, it's just
Yeah, no.
We need a Tiger Bee. We need the Proto Gen that's proper. And much more. I don't know. I just think Tiger Bees are cute. They have a soft spot in my heart. Man, I hope my microwave arrives today. Of all
I'm
times to
hoping
have
so
my
too.
microwave blow up, do you know how much of an inconvenience it is without your magical box of heating food? Mm. Your voice is louder than my. Oh, thank you for that. Lucky. There we go. Sorry. Let's try it again. Vesper, say something quick. What's your favorite snack?
Hello? Oh, my favorite snack? Hard one to say, but I tend to go for the easy things, so like fruit.
Fruit? What kind of fruit?
Whatever I've got in the house, so
Oh,
apples,
okay.
grapes, melon.
Okay. Well, there you have it, chat. Fruit.
So,
Strawberries be the best snack. You know, I think strawberries for me, it's more of a fragrance thing. Like I love how strawberries smell. They have a very distinct how do I describe it? Strawberry smell. Yeah. Man. I didn't know the volume was off. Okay. They smell red. There's no better description. They smell red.
yeah, the only bad thing is that you get a nice fragrant batch of strawberries, but then you bite into them, it just tastes like a LaCroix, like a berry.
I'll pretend what I know what a LaCroix is, but yeah, totally. They kind of,
It's like a sparkling water brand. That's what it is.
Oh, oh, I know. I think we have those different brand though, or like ooh, strawberry sparkling
Yeah.
water. You're doing it's like,
Disappointment.
disappointment with the fizz. That's what it is. All right, look at Vesper while I drink. I'm so thirsty. What? Do I have rabies? I'm just joking, chat. Of course I don't. Geb's side profile is a bit interesting. A bit. Hmm. Whoa, speaking of side profile, calibrate. The turn, you saw nothing. Man, 5 minutes until 2 hours and a half, huh? Oh boy. That's cool though. Normally I start stream at this hour. If I stuck to my late streaming scan. Really, has it been that long? I know, right? It didn't feel like that long. What am I gonna have for breakfast? All I have is rice and curry, so gotta be creative, huh? Oh dear. How many hours from now are your late streams when they happen, by the way? They usually start an hour from now or 30 minutes from now. But I actually managed to stream on time today. Thank goodness. The sad thing about my late streams is whenever my stream ends, I don't really get to catch my friends online because it's rather late. So, yeah. Good luck with the Fortnite. Don't die. Yeah, I'm curious. To everybody that's here, what time is it on your end? Please tell me if it's AM or PM. Man, I just said AM or PM. Torretin gives me military time. It's close to midnight for Thor. And it's past, well, it's almost evening for Gideon, Memo, Olympus. It's evening for Matthew. I see. Midnight for Anubis, Idiot, Miku, Octo, XD. Go to bed, chat. I'm gonna say it again. Go to bed. If it's late, oh yeah, that's super zoomed in. If it's late, sleep, please. These eyes of yours, close them. I'm sure you guys have something planned for tomorrow and you have to recuperate and prepare for the day. Hi, Matthew. About to start my work shift. Ah, okay. Night shift, huh? East Coast, Beast Coast. 5 5:52 a.m. Chan. You know, like when you drive the car, you turn down the radio to see better. You mean turning down audio distractions? So yeah, but precisely. I know what you mean. Guys, be patient. He reads both chats. That's true. Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm gonna supposed to address you. Your name is just a fanciful string of characters. Why do you have a deep voice? Probably because one, I'm a man and I don't have a high pitched one. I'm not sure. Yeah, visit April 22nd or 23rd. It's the 23rd here. I'm from the future, chat. Thanks, Octo. I gotta go. See you guys. See you around, Memo. Now, here I was going to do a 3-hour stream. Who knows? Bye. Oh well. There goes Memo. Yow. I'm gonna be a responsible adult and go EBs now, says Miko. Good night, Miko. As I've said, go to bed. How's the future like? Chat, the future. It's just like tomorrow. Shh, 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 shh. There's deeper meaning to that. Trust me. I'm not getting a response. Who are you trying to contact and what are you trying to say? Do you know what the doomsday clock is? Is it the one that involves nuclear warfare? Yeah. Also, chat, please. Most of your chats are censored automatically by TikTok. I actually have my spam filters turned off at this point. And also, if you're not a follower, I can't see your messages, period. So, there's that. The future is like tomorrow. Precisely. Either Violet Spectre. Welcome. Matthew says, like Uguay once said, yesterday is a memory, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift. That's why it's called present. I walked right into that. Did you know, Chan? Every 60 seconds, a minute passes.
That is true.
That's not incorrect, though. Oh, do I have Twitch? Yes. Wait, I'm cracking up. Wait. Oh my god. Hmm. Every hour feels like 60 minutes. Anyway, I feel like you watch old Disney movies as a bone jack. I actually do. That's the fun part. Did you know when you wait 24 hours, a whole day has passed? Okay, okay, hold on. I'm losing brain cells with these things. What headset do you use? I'm using the Quest Pro. Learning so much to stream. SD Waggy. What really? Oh, best toy in the bed. A knife. What?
Hmm.
It was something. Oh, Prince. Sorry, I'm like back reading chat right now.
So to say what?
Geb wanna hear a joke? Sure. For every time Geb was asked about his headset, he should be rich now. Oh, if only, chat. If only. What accent is that? What headset do you use? Is that avatar public? Are you Filipino? Yeah, precisely. You block. I don't even see their messages. What were they saying?
The Violet one?
Yeah,
Violet? They were just spamming.
so weird. That's cool. I can't see non-follower chat. That's amazing. Wow. I thought this works like when I've set my TikTok chat to only show followers. I thought it would like not allow non-followers to type. Probably the reason why a lot of people are saying you're ignoring my messages. I like to keep it this way. Where does the smoke come from? There, my mouth, my breath, an exhale. Warm air going down my throat into my lungs, being warmed up by my body just to be spewed out again. One, it's not smoke. It's condensation, it's steam, it's breath. Matthew, how do you have such a cool voice? I don't think my voice is cool. I'm just your regular average guy that's not so good at English.
At least I
He
don't
just
need to ask you to repeat yourself as much as other people.
That's true. Vesper, there's a very good theory as to what is coming out of my mouth, the smoke. Olympus says he just has really, really minty breath. I'm going to say that to chat from now on. Oh, yeah. Another person, of course. I'm downtown. There's always people around me.
Yeah.
There's me, there's Chef, there's. What's your name? Oh, he wants to remain anonymous. And then there's the other patrons in this place. So, yeah. Maybe having a headset in the description would be an idea. And hopefully it's not there right now because I couldn't find it at the start of the stream. It's okay. That's okay. Sorry, but what is your native language? Atlantean. No, it's Filipino. But this is what you do when not solving cases. Shh, quiet. Totally not slacking off. Me slack off. What?
Mhm.
Yes, the coin's gone. I'm gonna tell. I don't have food either, pal. Look, my microwave, it went kaput. It does not work anymore. And I ordered one promptly
Besides, you don't even
earlier.
know about our boss. Besides, you don't
Yeah,
even know who our boss is, so who are you gonna tell? Hmm?
precisely. Even I don't know who our boss is. Never seen the guy. It's just a voice over an intercom at that time. Yeah. Said something about, yeah, you can have like as much fried chicken as you want during Fridays. And up, I was immediately hooked and I said yes. Never turned down an offer for free a job. We live practically nowadays.
I mean, can't go wrong with free food.
Can't go wrong with free food, precisely. Just say you're doing a stakeout. Precisely, that's what we're doing. Look, when agents get bored, when I get bored, uh, one gets compelled to do things to pass the time, and streaming is what I do. I have conversations with the lovely people at this chat. You. Gebus doesn't have a boss the last time I checked. Shh. Don't let them know. I mean, nonsense. Hello, Raven. Wizard. Oh no. Whoa. I'm doing okay. I'm a bit wee peckish, means hungry, but that's something that can be solved after stream. Don't worry. Thank you, Zen. Wow. Ugh. Oh, what do you know? Welcome back, Mystic. Where'd you come from? Work? Kimchi rice. Only had egg. Hmm. Sounds good, actually. Shoot. Okay, Tai, you are right. But yeah, welcome back, Mystic. Glad to see you here. So hot. If only I could somehow like make the lowers of my AC point downwards. I'll be available right after stream, Mystic. You can tell me all about that. I'm here for you. Go eat, Geb. Vesper will watch over us. Do you
You
want the
sure
Vesper
would get
cam?
camera shy if I'm entirely alone.
You know, in Skyrim, the NPCs are like Oblivion. When you talk to them, like the camera zooms in just like that. Yep.
It is all like it's always this one little English boy you will probably run into outside the village, like, "Hey, I broke my mom's pot."
Yep. When you talk to the NPC, you press E. Yep, that random
Just
stuff. Mommy told me not to
yeah, so
talk to
just go from
strangers. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll see you around, Bliss. Yeah, boss, what would you do with the $1,000,000? Dollars? Oh man. I'd buy my
hmm.
bike, I'd build my house. I would invest a portion of it into a small business that I can sustain, and then I'm gonna keep the rest somewhere in storage. And still live as frugal as I am right now.
I mean, hey, it's smart.
Right? Maybe visit the States and
Even though we don't have a days.
yeah. I'll set up a small business that Vesper can man. So you have a reason to stay here, right? Your job problem is solved. Or I could donate to the wildlife hyena fund that works too. Last I heard there.
Hmm.
Mhm. Anywho,
Better not be any hyenas.
he didn't really get to do 20 push-ups. Ah, that's true. He being one of my favorite streamers. I'm not going anywhere, Chan. Highs or lows, I will still stream. Don't worry. I mean, nag every now and then, but who doesn't, right? Is that a new look? Hmm. Seems like you haven't been here the past 3 weeks then. Do you stream every now and then or do you have a schedule? I have a schedule actually. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, my time, plus 8 GMT. So whatever day it is now, I'm gonna stream again in like 2 days. So I stream every other day. So Monday, then a break, Wednesday, and then a break, Friday, and then I enjoy the weekends. So yeah, I like stream 3 times a week. Eliza, if you think you can buy a streamer's affection with mere pittances such as that, heck, even if it's $1,000,000, you're gravely mistaken. I loathe attention seekers like you. Best advice, go somewhere else that cares. Isn't it Tuesday? It's Wednesday for me. Hmm. Right. Time zones and all. Time zones. Fumbling in English. Is it weird that I like the sound of the coin? Nah. Of course not. I'm just very forward with my thoughts, Eliza. I have no time for nonsense. If you're nice, I respect you. If you're not, then I don't. Matthew's asking, do you have any plans for the weekend? On Sunday, I'll be having dinner again. I was invited. Typical Japanese place nearby, I believe. Or at least I think. Um, as for the rest, nothing really. It's strange because I'm done with my Unity and Blender work. I don't have anything to keep me busy during the days aside from hanging around in my Discord, VR chat, or playing games. Hmm. I think I'll take this week as an opportunity to. Oh wait, no, there is something I need to do. The recordings, right? I did promise I would be releasing the subscription content, the exclusive stuff, by May. May is my birth month, by the way. So yeah. Oh, and I don't know, like there's soaring fitness later. Oh no. Right. Dang. Forgot. Hmm. We'll put that in queue. Maybe. Friday opens the cafe. Oh, there's another El Alba event. Nice. Vesper says I have something to look forward to after work
Yeah.
then. I swear TikTok won't let me say anything. I, you know, again, chat, I've turned off the word filters already. Whatever messages isn't being sent, that's completely on TikTok's side. Today is world hopping. Too late for me, I have to work, says Matthew. Ah, bad, I guess. Check your TikTok net. Really now? Why? I'll check it after stream. I'm gonna save up points for the hydrate, says Vin. I've been hydrating a whole lot actually this stream. Maybe a bit too much. Hmm. 5 minutes away from 3 hours. What do you know? Your fursuit is epic, not gonna lie. So you saw right through me. Yep, this actually isn't VR. Yes, this is IRL. I'm in the streets of Neo Bangkok. Yes, and Vesper is wearing the next generation fursuit as well, right? So yeah, stay hydrated, Vesp. Come on, let's go drink.
Oh,
How
right, I
much
didn't bring my
hydrating?
water bottle with me.
It's a good
Not
level
thirsty
of
though.
hydrate. What life advice? Ah, hold on. Ah, man. Gotta take out the trash soon. That's what, from all that hydrating. That will be my stream timer. You know what? This place is actually growing on me. I might come back here. This is definitely a different feel, but no, different place, but same feel from District Roboto. Same world creator and all. You, person that's checking my VoDs, I just want to let you know that you're awesome. And do a great job. Stand up and stretch. Thank you. Idiot is asking, is it dumb to watch a live while not having slept for 32 hours? Well, now I know why you're named like that. Probably should hit the hay. It's a nice place, says Max. Right? I remember before I tried streaming here. I couldn't. My frames would drop to the low 20s. It, my computer just couldn't handle it. But thankfully, with a bit of a hearty upgrade, now things look rather smooth. Take your butt to bed, Percy. Mystical Aurora, a enormous streamer with 2.8 million followers, is saying that you need to go to bed. Totally made that up, by the way, but yes. um, Mystical Aurora is, aside from her sideline of streaming on TikTok as her lovely Tanuki Shark avatar and more, she is also an underground idol over at the streets of Akihabara. She was there back, when was it? November of 2023. But then circumstances dictated that she stay in her hometown in the States. She used to perform a whole lot and she was a sensation, having a big fan base of Japanese users counting around 850K, I believe, last time I checked. Surely denotes the popularity that she exudes. Her charming grasp at the Nihongo language definitely is probably what attributes her rather magnetic presence on stage. She also goes around and co-performs with another idol. It's called Matthew San Seeker Chan. Quite a handful in the name, I know, but oh, that girl slash guy is really famous. They've been called the Owl for some reason, but yeah, little bit of tidbit information. Ah, yes. Matthew Sunseeker Chan. Yes. Have you watched this anime where there were a bunch of ex yakuza and they are yakuza and their punishment was to turn into idols? I need to watch the entirety of that. Oh. That was really high pitch, I guess, Vesp. What's your setup and why does it look clean? Ah, well, that's very easy to answer. I currently use a Panasonic dual motor AC. It's 1.5 HP. Cools my little room really well. If you were asking about my AC. As for my VR setup, I'm using a MetaQuest Pro with a very modest computer. Then we have the lovely duo of Gebu and Vespi, the underground singing duo. Ah, yes, the karaoke thing. I also owe Mystic some dances. Oh, that looks like I'm going to bed after stream. Oh, well. I'm glad you did the push ups, Olympus. Gebu escape and I'll put my pen to work. Pen? Mystic's pen is the. Ooh, that sounds very bad. Never mind. Mystic's pen is dangerous. If I say it a bit faster, Mystic's pen is dangerous. Pen. I'm gonna stop. I jumbled that up in my head, didn't I? Let's look at Vesper quick. There, forget everything Geb just said. There you go, precisely. Let the thoughts leave your head, Chan. Focus on the lovely Vesper stitches before your adorable smile, her sunflower like inner ear tufts, her fried chicken, golden red hair. Very delicious. Yeah, very tasty. Chat, I want you to see like the ray tracing that Vesper has right now. Let me alter the. There we go. Do you see that, chat? See how good that looks. Like how her bean just reflects off of like the floor. That's amazing, isn't it? Look at that detail. So anyway, cool. Super Splat is asking, "Hey Geb, have you ever heard of the HFY genre of stories? What is that, Vesper? HFY? I have
What?
no idea. What is that?
What? No, I haven't heard of it.
Same, I haven't heard of it. What could that be? HFY. Kevin, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Whoa, girl. How can I not see a lot of the messages Geb sees? Because that's from Twitch. Hi there, Max. You know what's weird? There's cigarettes littered over the floor. How I look at it? Who in the district even smokes? It's just cats and robots. Probably other tourists who like just pass by. Hopefully not other agents.
I'd hope not,
I hope not.
because if you got damaged lungs, you can't exactly participate in the activities we are
Press.
supposed to.
Yeah. Robots can smoke with no precaution. Is that so?
I don't think they could use them how they're supposed to be intended to, though. Most robots don't even have lungs.
That's
And I
true.
don't really see any medical test dummies around here, do you?
You don't smoke, right, buddy? Don't. Don't. Super Splat says HFY is typically a subgenre of science fiction and often highlights the best aspects of humanity in a science fiction narrative, typically when up against dangers such as aliens or AI. Like Independence Day? What's that? HFY. Sounds intriguing though. I'm a sucker for sci fi. I wouldn't be doing any of this if I wasn't. Kidney bean tin Kansas line. LR7. Funny enough, my avatar is actually very simple in design, as you may have noticed. Yes, yes, I did. Oh, okay. Actually, watching Gibbs live while half asleep. I didn't know the music was so loud, chat. Goodness me. Let me turn it down a notch. There we go. Oh dear, oh dear. Sorry, I was checking Discord. Seems like there's an influx of new people. What are those arrows above above my arm? Are you talking about my brooch? No, these things. Apparently, these are floating markers, so you can engage conversation with the robots. I'm not sure what form of holographic technology they're using in order to interface with organics such as I. But yeah, they yeah push to talk. I can't believe May is around the corner that fast, right? Same here. Hi, Angela. AI VR chat robot conversations. Coming soon, probably someday. You know, speaking of which, if I really wanted to, there's workout in 2 hours and a half. Do I take a nap before that?
Streaming 3 hours, 12 minutes. Wait, 3 hours? Did I misread that?
Oh, I was talking about
Twitch says
soaring
3 hours,
fitness.
12 minutes.
Yeah, no. I was talking about soaring
Oh.
fitness. No, I'll leave it to you, Matthew. Pretty much, Elizabeth. I think the name Elizabeth has a very noble ring to it. It's hard to imagine, like, let's say a miscreant or a homeless person named Elizabeth. Elizabeth always has to be attributed with somebody who, like, lives in a manor or there's nobility. Very dignified name. Your voice calms me. Good. Don't do anything drastic. What? Did you want to wager, perhaps, Vin? Flippity doodah. It landed on, well, something clearly not visible. It landed on hearts. Hearts. What to do? Matthew says, no. Sorry, my bad. Ludicrous says, Elizabeth is royal, and once she becomes a poor beggar, her name changes to Lizzie. It's the law. I see. Okay. Imagine if you two use your poetical statements to folks on a daily basis as Mystic. You all have the crowd swooning. Oh. Say hi to the robot next to you for me. Hey, buddy. Chat wants to say hello to you. Seems he's happy, chat. How long have you been live? 3 hours and 15 minutes. I don't know. I feel like my live has been very short today, so I don't mind extending. I wish that were true, says Elizabeth. Names. You just crossed the 3 hour mark. 3 hours and 16 minutes, Anubis. I'm surprised you stuck around since the start. Thanks. 3 hours did go by rather quickly. Now, who I'm worried about boring is actually my companion sitting over at the bench there. You okay there, Vance?
Yeah, I'm good. I got soon because I have some chores to do. Parents are
Hey,
home,
yeah, of course.
so
If you
yeah,
need
they're
to go
gonna.
do your chores, by all
Yeah.
means,
Alright,
you can just
well,
AFK. Like,
I'll get you one again, chat.
all right, chat. Best for saying goodbye. All right, she has to run. She has like chores to do. Hold on, let me zoom in properly. There you go. So yes, everybody say goodbye to Vesp. She's been lovely. I'm glad she kept us company. She's super pretty, isn't she? So bye, Vesper's Olympus, Matthew, and Gabriel,
Yeah,
Vin,
I'll still be watching stream. I
Mystic,
just won't be here.
Ivan. Okay. Yeah, there you go. All right, Vesp, good luck with your chores, okay?
Yep, catch
Hmm. Hold on. Somebody's offering me chicken. Let me just reply. Sorry, chat. Oh, why did Vesper have to go? I have to go to the bathroom. Where even can I go here? Do you know where? Never mind. Why am I asking a robot? All that hydrating is now catching up to me, chat. I'll join a Discord some days has been. Just not today. Look, once you hit 18, you can, alright? Bring it to Bring what to chef? Your Twitch is cute, says Rico. Thanks, Rico. I'm tempted to hydrate again. Get this camera real quick. Reset. Set the zoom. Got. Oh my, a POV. Hmm. What to do? Ah, bathroom. There? No. Here? No. Buddy, do you know where I can like? Never mind. B success is busy. What to do? Oh no. Gotcha. Still have some time. POV we are gamers. That was interesting, wasn't it? The camera just. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Yeah. I hope you don't mind. Give me like a 1 minute, 3 minute break. I'll be back. Just look at chef instead. Okay. Like, hold on. I know where to put. There you go, chat. I think that's a more entertaining thing to watch. Either that or you can just watch Chef do his thing. There you go. Enjoy. As per Mystic suggestion. I will be right back. It would be funny if my body moves with me. So, nah. There. Be right back, Chad. Give me like 3 minutes tops. Okay, I am back ish. Ish. Wait. Let's get my headset back on. Hello. Hi, Chad. Did you miss me? My name is Chef. Now, the thing is, the patrons that visit my shop are unaware that I actually can talk. It's just that I choose not to do so in the form that they know. Joking, Chad. I'm not gonna roleplay as Chef. Oh, sorry. Camera. Hi. I've returned and just like, wow, you sound just like Gab. You use system copy of voice. Mhm. What's this? What was the longest fictional book you've ever read? I... Good question. I don't know actually. Wait, how do they do it? Like the uncles, right? You gotta see the arm when they like hold it for selfies. I can draw you, says Midnight. You can go ahead. There we go. I think the POV was actually quite interesting, wasn't it? Something like here. Right. Hmm. Yes. No. Okay. Why is this flagged in hashtag? I don't know. Must be making you dizzy, chat. Whoa, I don't remember that. Thing being that close. Pin 3. There we go. Ooh. We need more POV streams. Maybe when I'm walking. Miss Bear is asking, what kind of mic do you use? Or is it the headset with the mic? Spill the beans. Spill the beans. Here's your beanies. I'm just joking. I am using a Logitech wireless headset. Wow, I've been fumbling a lot. Yes. I actually stopped using my boom microphone, my condenser mic, because Well, it was limiting my movement a whole lot. I already don't move a lot, chat, and having that on actually limits me even more so. So yeah, at least now you know. I there we go. Mystic says, speaking of things edible, I wonder if there are any more orange goop I found. Interest. Are you talking about the one in the quarantine zone? Not something I myself would eat, but you do you. Yes, user. Good night, idiot. What are you investigating? Ah, good question. Rather, no, I can't say. Shh. Secret. One problem with long hair, chat, is whenever you lean back, it gets like tug, like hit, or it gets snagged by the shoulder blades and like the backrest of your seat. And like, ah. Thank you, Jay. My tie. Oh man, another hydrate redeem, really? Seems like we're doing a rather extended stream today, chat. I hope you don't mind me refueling midway. Ah, wow, delicious. Right. I forget to ask. Vesper said that she had to go because of chores. What chores was she busy with, though? Kitchen duty, perhaps. And because she had to say goodbye, I assume that these chores are rather heavy. Mystic answers the question about the orange goop she mentioned earlier. During my travels with Gebu and solo adventures, I came across some goop near the quarantine area. It's good to me, but highly recommended for others not to try it. Precisely. Not everybody has the compatibility with it the same way you do. Yeah, why do you like flipping coins? Habit, perchance. I like the sound. I would not eat something off the street. Vasp. Garbage collection, bathroom, and making dinner. Wow, that's a whole slew of tasks to do. Yeah, once again. It's the only side of the coin I know exists. Do you have a wager? Good sir. I'm always willing to flip the coin for you. If you have something to put on the table. Street food is great, says Matthew. Tried crickets and worms in Thailand. Really, was it good? I want to try. The only one I tried were the worms, the mealworms, I think they were called. I haven't tried crickets yet. What can I wager? Good old cold cash. I heard it tastes like chicken. I bet. I forget what bugs I've tried, but they're not so bad aside from how oily they're prepared. The ones I got were always deep fried, and I'm not a fan of anything oily in the mouth. Like, ugh, oil. What Mystic said. She's the scout. What else? Asked Ben. See, the Discord we go. Introductions. Ah, you haven't guessed the password yet, huh? I see. Yeah, just if you're underage, you're not supposed to even be there. I'm curious, does your avatar resemble how you look, IRL? If you gain access to my Discord, you go dig around, you're gonna see a bunch of photos of me. For those of you that need a physical description of me, I am a broad shouldered 6'1" tall man with long, wavy ish hair that extends past my shoulder blades. I normally just wear black fitted shirts and black pants along with my biker boots because I like motorcycling. And that is the clothing that I rotate every day. I have been mistaken to be a avid fan of heavy metal. They keep on asking, "Hey, what band are you in?" I'm like, I wish I was gifted in performing music, but unfortunately I'm not. Theo says I'm in the Discord. I drew a picture of you yesterday. Thanks. What is that? Something. There we go. I do not want to go to India. Pass. My mom went there. My friend went there. Ugh, and all of the horrid sanitary violations that's going on with their foods. Pass. Egypt with all the scammers. Pass. Good morning, Geb. Do you have a fursuit IRL? Asked Caden. I don't. Purely digital. The darn password, says Seal. I think I spent 2 hours trying to figure it out. How did you feel when you finally cracked the code, Seal? Why, if it isn't Neon, good morning. Our little pop star for mayor. Hello, Caden. How much did you pay for the quest, bro? Full price. Felt like a soldier, says Seal. Proud of the successful battle. Well, congrats, welcome. Oh no, Vesper. Curious. Person named Bubbles. Join the Discord. Oh man. Says it's a likely spammer. Oh no. That's not good. Ah, yes. What's this? I've made my noodles, by the way. Congratulations. So, Matthew will be traveling to Italy in June. You know, as grand and alluring traveling may seem, I see it as a huge expenditure, not only financially, but physically as well. You have to endure horrid airports, a probably terrible flight because you're just sitting there. You get down tired, you have to pay for your booking wherever you are, and then just probably sample the local cuisine and breathe in the fresh air and yeah, and then you go home. Fun fact, chat. I actually have never been abroad, just all local. Um, I was born in Taiwan, right? Because my dad is Chinese. And I was flown here when I was 3 years old. I have never left this island ever since. Makes me curious about the other places in the world now. Hmm. The angle I was using earlier, I think it was. There we go. Right there. What's this? Super Splat is asking, Geb, if you could have grown up in any other country, would you? If so, which country would you choose? I'm not certain I'm qualified to really give an opinion about other countries, like childhood racing wise, because I haven't been there. But based on the information I've seen, I would very much wish to experience how it is to be in a first world country with proper systems, benefits, and educated people. Like the majority of the people are educated. I've heard that most of you, was it Central Europe is like that? Um, or like, what's this, the Netherlands or Finland or My personal favorite that I want to go to, New Zealand, because New Zealand is just so seemingly disconnected from the world. It's like a DLC island. I mean, that's where Lord of the Rings was shot. And the nature there is just beautiful. It's it's nice. I went into Google Street View quite a few times in New Zealand, and I was like, is this place real? The neighborhoods are so quiet. There's scenic mountains and everything is so clean. W- I I can only dream to live in such a beautiful place. I'll see you around, Matt. Thanks for hanging around. So yeah, if you live in a first world country, chat, you have a working system, clean streets, you actually have a neighborhood which you can jog in, don't complain. I live in like what, a 15 square meter apartment. In order to make space for my computer, I had to assemble a loft bed. So directly above me is my bed, and this is my play space. My kitchen is like I don't know, 3 meters away from me. My bathroom is right behind me, and that's it. Living in a utopia, correct, Anubis, but it does require a lot of effort. That's expensive, especially if it's like someone like me coming from a country with very weak currency, moving to a place that's first world. I think it's a little hard for others to put this into perspective, given that this is something they've grown with, like it's something they're used to. But then again, I'm still thankful my country isn't as bad as other countries run by cartels, like, or for example, just a plain crappy place to be because people crap on the streets, like India. I'm sorry, I'm sure there are beautiful places in India, but what's presented in media surely does not do itself any favors. Or those other nations with like lots of terrorists in them. But I will stop the topic because we are now treading closely, dangerously on politics. Thing I really want to have as a topic of discussion. It's almost 4 hours? What is with the time? Mhm. Hi there, EXO. Good day to you. Francois Weg Shader. How do you read your name? French first and second German. I see. Lots of people made it into the Discord today. Nice. Geb, what to drink when your throat is sore? Neon, if you have access to ginger, like ginger and honey, just grate the ginger, put it into like some hot water, and pour a lot of honey into it. 100% it's gonna be a remedy for your throat. If you have access to this medicine called pepakwa, It's Chinese. It's what I use actually when I stream. Keeps my throat very in good shape. That's what I suggest you use too. Actually, anything with honey works because it coats the throat. It's a syrupy thing. Gargling salt water. I think, yeah, gargling salt water should deal with like germs and bacteria correctly. Okairi is asking what time it is. It is 7:10 a.m. Ninjago, I haven't made an actual fursuit. Purely digital here. Oh, hand tracking. What? There we go. Honey, not sugar. Honey. That's what you need. Oh man, how was my day? Uneventful. Definitely uneventful. But I don't mean it in a bad way. Uneventful is synonymous with peaceful. Sorry, I can't help but just admire the science. Wow, sleeping. You know, now that I think about it, do I still fall under the category of being a VTuber? Right? Like, what makes a VTuber distinctly a VTuber? I mean, the V stands for virtual, and tuber was, it's supposed to stem from YouTuber, a streamer on like YouTube. Well, now it's obviously in different platforms. Hmm. So technically, VR chat streamers are VTubers, right? Well, then again, I do I have any VTuber friends? I don't. Like, though when I say VTuber, like not using VR chat. Interesting. Oh wow, that's a lot of messages filtered. Now that I've enabled non-follower chats. Goodness me. More than half the messages has been screened. And I remember the reason why I enabled it. Yes. There. Okay. I'm gonna turn it back on. There we go. Followers only chat. Just the way I like it. Welcome back, Bliss. What's this? Do you upload your VoDs? And you do upload. That's true. That's true, Vesp. Like those PN YouTubers. Right. Maybe we can call them static 2D tube. That's too lengthy. TikTok is the Wild West and they're saying whatever comes to mind. Very much true. Very true. Uh, a VR tuber. There we go. Vesper, so smart with the suggestions. I see a stray Jackie Painters in my in my stream. VRC, nah, too lengthy. VR tuber sounds better. Virtual reality YouTuber. I'm using a VR headset and imagine if all of your favorite VTubers actually have a proper 3D model and they use VR chat or Wardo um as their platform. Before I actually was a VTuber, I was using Live 2D. This was around Feb of last year. As usual, I was on the lower left corner of the screen, and then I was playing games, and yeah, it's pretty eh. You know, probably will be taking the sound advice of taking a nap after stream, and then head to exercise class. Oh, maybe, perchance. Chat, we are 5 minutes away from the 4 hour mark, and that's where I'm gonna call it a night. God, I lasted this long, huh? Hmm. I don't want to overextend. I do want to leave some gas for Friday's stream. Vesper says, given my schedule's a little messed up now, unfortunately won't make it, I assure. Okay, I understand. To be fair, it's still in 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Mhm.
Okay. Doing my chores on top of Ryan's is going to take a while, says Vesper. I swear. But yes, such is the price to pay when living in a shared household when you don't exactly pay for rent. Yeah. Unless you can afford your own like cheapy apartment like me, then you get your freedom. I'm lucky my place doesn't cost as much. Then again, it's a very, very small apartment. There's not even any room to put a couch in. That's the one thing I wish I had. Or a balcony. But we will make do with what we have. Right? You're hunting turkey and you're bored. Well, keep your eyes trained on your sights. You might just miss your mark. Thank you, Daniel. After stream, I'm gonna eat. Eat, rest. Yeah. Dad, you should do the same too. Go do what you need to do. Go finish the task that you've been procrastinating from. Go eat or go to sleep. Go outside and go jog. Go to the gym. Go reply to that friend who's been waiting on your message. Go play that game that you've been procrastinating from. Go finish that file that you've been working on. Go ask that person out for a date. Go pay those bills that have been waiting. Go check out whatever is in your cart. Just do it. Don't wait until tomorrow. Yeah. And we dance when everyone is on. That will probably be later. I should be free. What was your toughest case? Toughest cases would be the ones involving other people. Um, Other people and their unpredictability. That's why. I normally just foray into anomalies, but when it comes to investigating minds, people's motives, reasons, expectations, promises, that's when you know things are tough. All you need is the Nike logo after saying, just do it. Geb knows I try to be an open book, says Vesper. Splat says I once read a book that took place in literal hell. That hell was an infinite library. I hope there was good reading material at least. It would truly be one of the hells if it were nothing but blank pages. Good evening, Joshua. Sky Fluffy, who likes the sound of my voice, and Pakoy Koy. Magandang umaga, kaibigan. That sounds like heaven to me, but hell for anybody looking for me, says Mystic. Okay. I'm doing okay. Ah. Chat, we have just breached the 4 hour mark. Ah, oh my. What do I do, little buddy? Extend. No. Ever heard of Caves of Steel? It's a sci fi noir. It's interesting, actually, but I haven't. Time is really flying today, says Mystic. That's true. You know, never mind. Had a good time. Oh, pretty much. Yeah. No, you're still alive. I sure am. Why if it doesn't show up a good morning? I woke up and then commuted and got to class and you're still here. 4 hour mark on the stream shops. Good luck at class today, by the way. You got this. Salutations. Hey. Is Vespos there? Vesper there. Vespos. Vesper is currently caught up with a lot of chores. She is not able to return at present. Like, I mean, the buttload of chores. Unfortunately. Vespos. Vespos. Yeah. First time crossing the 4 hour mark. Well, let's just say this doesn't happen often, but the longest stream I've had actually was around 7 hours. It was way, way back then. Yeah, 7 hours. Vesper says Vespus makes me sound like an Among Us meme. Yeah. Oh, it seems midnight just made some art. Well, thank you. Yeah, send it something. Kevin has drawn. What? Okay. Uh, Vespos. All right, that's a hunger kicking in. Chat, what do you think about the new location? Pretty nice, isn't it? A good, cool tinge of green. It's like I'm in the Matrix or something. If you watch any of the Wachowski brothers movies. At least an 8 out of 10. Yeah. I think I will stick to streaming in locations like these with NPCs. So I didn't mean that. I mean other entities around. As much as I find the office comfortable, it's just me. It's kind of boring. So the next streams that I'll be doing will be in various points of the city, be it in District Robot or here in Complex 7. You fit very well. What? What's up, Gab? Oh, not much. About to end stream soon. But I'm still here. Alright. Chat. I think it's time to like dust off. That's oh my goodness. Shop hours a 6 hour vacant thing. Uh, Good luck. I usually just sleep in an air conditioned library to pass the time, or if I brought my laptop, I play games with my other friends. With that being said, chat, you know, I need to go. I need to go. Chat, thanks for joining me in today's stream. Today was like twice as long as usual. Maybe because I really enjoy the environment. I might actually just go back here during the next stream. It's really nice. Really nice. I'm reading chat before going. But yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. My usual greeting, my usual farewell for the day. Keep on being good, chat. All right, don't toss yourself into drama. Don't just keep stress free. All right. I'll see you day after tomorrow. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna do the things I need to do, and thanks, chat. Yep, that's what I said to my TikTok. As for my Twitch, ah, hmm. Do we raid? Is Mecha streaming yet? Yo, Super Splat, don't test Mystic. I swear you're one message away from meeting a untimely end. Yep. Unfortunately, that is the last time Super Splat's gonna be here. I have a feeling Super Splat's keyboard got commandeered by a younger sibling, and yep. Unfortunate. Oh well. I'm curious. I'm gonna review the messages. It couldn't have been a cat. That's it. A cat doesn't type I speak. I'm not even gonna say it. You're gonna clip it. But yeah. Hey, I'll see you around, alright? Don't worry, I'm gonna stream again. Wait. It's super last wait. Let me see who I can raid. Maybe there are like nice people around that I can say hello to. Orgicam is there. Tokyo Zilla is there.
hope everybody enjoys wearing it.
Holy smokes, yes, a
Air
lot of
Force-
viewers. Wow. Okay. Captivating movements. Ah, yes. Okay. Pass. Let's see Tokyo Zilla. He made the Tiger Bee. Wonder what he's working on.
Oh, that's so cool. I'm also reading the rest of the.
Wait, Tokyo Zilla's a
messages.
girl?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay. You know what? If there was a Tiger Bee on screen, I would have immediately rated 100%. Ah, here's the impasse. Should Gab go try and network? Maybe not.
Hold on, I'm gonna take care of something.
You know what? Never mind. Oh no, there's Tiger Bees in the tip jar.
Oh my god, I'm getting a water redeem. I don't have water, but I do have coffee, so I'm gonna sip that. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Kirlaus. I hope I pronounced your name right.
That we're going.
Hell yes, Stoop. I'm excited to see that. I'm half tempted to do like an impromptu like VR chat meetup tomorrow or something.
Oh shit, never mind. Nope, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, I'm good. Thank you, Ghost Rider. Okay, for the end time. Chat, I gotta go. Thanks for joining in, alright?